One, two.
Okay.
Ra leboga le ka dula fatshe. Re kopa Secretary of the House re Sithole a re bulele ka thapelo.
Singathandaza. Baba wethu sezulwini, we thank you, Lord, for this opportunity. We thank you, Lord, for these leaders that are here, Lord, for you are the one who identified them. Father, we thank you that today, Lord, we woke up. It was not because of our own wish, but it's because you are with us and it's because of your grace. Lord, we thank you for all this that's going to be discussed today, Lord, for it is for the benefit of the communities that are led by these leaders you have identified. Father, I ask you that you protect them, Lord, and you give them that wisdom. Father, we thank you all in the mighty name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Amen.
Amen. Ra leboga re Sithole. Good morning, members. The Deputy Chairperson of the National House, KHOI-SAN Mavuso, members of the Executive, all esteemed members of the House, administration, and our guests that are here. You will introduce yourself at the right time. You are most welcome to the second day of our ordinary sitting of the National House of Traditional and KHOI-SAN leaders, and I believe that this is our last day of work for the year officially. So if we can get going so that we are able to cover all our issues and be able to go home and take a breather. The order paper is in front of us, members. We have opened with a prayer. I think the roll call is in circulation. I don't know if we have any apologies. I suspect the status is the same as that of yesterday. In terms of announcements, members, the House will officially open on the 22nd of February 2024. The opening will be here in Parliament. The exact venue will be communicated once the Secretary has been able to ascertain that. I think what is important is that the Internal Arrangements Committee must begin with the earnest preparations. As you know, in terms of our procedure, the Internal Arrangements Committee is responsible for all events of the sitting of the House. So if they could start with their work so that we have an equally successful and beautiful opening of the House as we did this year. But also maybe to remind members that, remember we said that it cannot be that when we open the National House, I think the motion was sponsored by Nkosi Mahlangu VW, that we must wear differently when we open the National House. We should try by all means to wear clothes that reflect who we are as African royalty. So we will not be, I don't think we will be wearing nice dresses and suits. We will be wearing our traditional attire as far as possible. So if maybe one can just put that reminder. Members, in terms of the order paper, we are on 5.1, but we are going to move directly to 5.3 and do a bit of switching. The former chairperson of the National House is here on a different cap. Our mother, Mam Hlauli, as we fondly known her, she's going to introduce her partner and the organization they are representing. They've got a presentation that they need to give to us. So in terms of the order paper, we are going to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves. And after the introduction, they can get to the gist of the issues. Mam Hlauli, the platform is yours. Can you just, sorry Mama, can you just have a seat a bit? Let me do a bit of self-correction before somebody corrects me. We need members to relax the rules in order to have a non-member to speak. It's rule 5 in terms of the rule book, so we need to have a mover to relax the rules. DC.
Thank you, Chair and members. I would like to draw the House to rule number 5 to relax the rules of the House so that government officials can present to the House. I so move, Chair.
Ke a leboga, Kgosi. Any seconder? Nkosi Ciliza.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable members, I second.
Okay, thank you. Mam Hlauli, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, Chairperson of the National House of Traditional and KHOI-SAN leaders, and your Deputy Nkosi Mabuso, members of the Executive Committee of the National House, all members present here, invited guests. If there are provincial representatives invited, I also greet them. Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. When I was standing, I thought that maybe the rules have been changed, that if you are a former chair, you just become a member of the National House Party. In a lighter note, Chair would know that sometimes because of the mind is always busy. We understand, especially this time of the year. So we do really understand. Thank you, Chair. Let me first appreciate, Chair, that you and the House welcomed our communication when we wrote to you asking to come to you as this sector of traditional leadership. Chair, I will just introduce my chair, but just briefly. But you remember, Chair, before we end our term, we were invited by, there was a structure, I'm not sure which one, which was dealing with anti-corruption. And remember, you were there, and everybody was shocked that the National House was not part of it, which was led by our own department of anti-corruption programs. So when we left, we were shocked, but they apologized, even the minister, the then minister, Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, apologized that we're not part. So it seems that they have been doing some work with anti-corruption, but we're left behind then. But I'm sure up to now, maybe they did involve you. I'm not sure from that point, because if they did apologize, they were supposed to continue now inviting you. But as I'm the traditional leader, and also working with people who are always keen to work with traditional, recognized traditional leadership, we decided that whatever we are doing, we need to come to the traditional leadership as the leaders of the entire, and the most communities, a number of communities in our areas. So we know that most of the high percentage of communities, they reside in our areas, Prof. So when you see these members, Prof, they are the representatives of the whole South Africa, because they are coming from all provinces, except this province. Because this one, they are still, as you met someone, they were talking about the KHOI-SAN. They are still going to consider their leadership. But according to the Act, they are part of this. So that's why we just decided to come here and present to our leaders. Because nothing can be done by South Africans without considering a leadership of traditional leadership, especially when there is someone representing traditional leadership. Let me remind you, leaders, when I was appointed, it was clear that I thought I was appointed as I was the chairperson of the National House. But it was clarified, no, Mama, we are aware that you are going out. You are not, in fact, the end is, the term is come to an end. We are not appointing you as the chairperson, as the representative of the National House. We are appointing you at your own capacity. So, but that doesn't stop me to come to the traditional leadership, to come and present whatever we are doing, where I am there as a traditional leader. So we are here, Chair, really appreciating this opportunity. And we have been appointed as the Anti-Corruption Advisory Council to the President. Remember, name Advisory Council. So Prof. Firoz Kacharia, who is also a law expert, but who is a researcher at Wits University, is our chair in that council. I want to get into details because he's the one who's going to get into details, because I'm aware that during the last sitting of the House, we have a lot of others that will be leaving, but we'll just make sure that you understand whatever I'm presenting to you. And this is not the last time. We always say we need to go down to the communities. If we're talking up here, we are doing nothing as corruption needs to be dealt with there at an early stage, especially we need to, in fact, to prevent it and look at what has been done, but also prevention is better than cure, instead of spending a lot of resources. So we are here with a Prof will have his own presentation, but unfortunately, due to a connection here, we can't show it here, but it will be sent to you. Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. Over to you, Prof.
Chairperson Nkosi Sietlohlo and your Deputy Nkosi Mavuso, the Executive of the House, Makosi, members of the House, provincial houses who are here as invited, other invited guests, the DG, all staff members, and of course, our Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Nkosikasi Mahlauli. I apologize for the fact that the presentation isn't up, but we will send it. It's a little difficult for me to stand and see the slides as well.
Excuse me, so maybe you'd be able to present better when you are sitting down.
Would that be okay?
Is it because of the height or?
I can't see these slides here as well very clear.
Yes, yeah. No, I think we can make that exception. It's fine.
Thank you, Chairperson. This is also a very big day for me personally, to have the privilege of addressing Amakosi from across the country. As the chairperson was saying, because you represent our people as a whole, as African royalty. So I feel very humbled to be in your presence. The council, the National Anti-Corruption Council, was appointed by the President about a year ago. I chair the council, and Nkosi Mahlauli is our deputy chair, but because she's of royalty, she's also my leader. And it's a privilege for me to serve in the council with her. She has insisted from the very beginning that we request an opportunity to address you in the light of your important position in our society and among our people. So this is an opportunity for us to explain the role of the council and the work that we are trying to do, which is why I have this presentation. The policy in terms of which we are acting, the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, was adopted by the executive about 2 years ago. We appointed about a year ago. And it is important to try and share information about the purpose of the strategy and some of the details. But I'm not going to be too detailed today. I want to speak from the heart. I'll send you the presentation. Now, corruption in our country is a moral issue. It is about correct behavior. Behavior by leaders and by people in our society. It harms the dignity of our people. It doesn't feel comfortable to live in a country where political leaders or administrators who have huge responsibility serve their own interests, enrich themselves. It disappoints our people's expectations and their hopes, their expectations of their elected leaders. And it's placing their future in jeopardy. I was talking to the chairperson before this meeting, who also expressed his worries about the future of the country. It encourages greed and selfishness as the basic norm, rather than Ubuntu, obligation, the obligation of care to our people. The values that we associate with Tata Mandela, Oliver Tambo. We have shoulders of giants to stand on. But today, we are living through something that we didn't expect. It undermines our cultural and traditional values. This is not what we stand for. This is not what you stand for. As traditional leaders who preserve and convey the values of our people, you understand what the responsibilities of leadership is. But those we elect seem to have forgotten. Appear often to be incapable of a basic moral and ethical standpoint. I'm not surprised that you have adopted among your values integrity as the first one, accountability, because in days gone past, even if you were not elected, and because of your ongoing role in communities, you understand and embody that commitment. This immoral behavior is not without its consequences, as we know. It's weakening our state institutions. You are the ones in communities who have to deal with the problems created by a corrupt system of tendering. What is the impact in our communities, in local authorities where you have important responsibilities, in hospitals, in schools, in the provision of social welfare? It seems there's no limit to the eating frenzy. And it's weakening economic growth and development. How are we going to create better lives for our people under these conditions? So we as the Council feel very privileged, feel the weight of responsibility that is implied in the appointment, our appointment as a Council, and the mandate that we've been given. So what is, in more technical terms perhaps, what is the mandate of the National Anti-Corruption Council? And the reason we are here, and I want to go into some of this detail, is that you as a house of traditional leaders, but as traditional leaders in our communities, have a crucial role to play in ensuring that this project of reform to deal with corruption succeeds. Nkosi Mahlauli has been emphasizing from the very beginning, we will not succeed if the traditional leaders, our traditional leaders, are not involved as partners in the implementation of a reform agenda that the government has adopted. But you all know that there are many people who are benefiting from the current situation, who are not interested in the success of this program. So we are here to ask you to help the Council and the country succeed. So our mandate is to advise the President on the implementation of the National Anti-Corruption Strategy. Second, to advise on the strengthening of South Africa's anti-corruption architecture, meaning we are looking at the NPA, we are looking at SAPS, we are looking at the SIU, and trying to come up with proposals to strengthen these institutions, which have been weakened by the decade of state capture. We are required to host anti-corruption summits because the idea is that we need to involve our people. And I hope in the next one, Deputy, they will have a much more prominent role than they had the last one, which we've just had, which was, I think, quite successful. We've also got to advise on the implementation of the recommendations of the Zondo Commission. There's a lot of evidence. It's in 4 or 5 volumes published by our Chief Justice, and it includes a number of recommendations. Our responsibility, in addition to the mandate we were given to advise on the implementation of the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, and I would request perhaps that that strategy be downloaded and circulated to members. It's an interesting and important document. In addition, we have the responsibility to look at the specific recommendations of the Zondo Commission. So for instance, the Justice Zondo Commission has recommended that a new institution be set up to deal with procurement, with tendering, because much of the corruption is happening in the tendering space. And we know what the impact is on the ground, in our communities. It's very harmful. So this is something we've got to deal with. We are 9 members, so there are 7 in addition to the 2 of us, and we are We are supported by a secretariat. Our vision of the National Anti-Corruption Strategy includes a zero tolerance for corruption, the reduction of corruption, that citizens need to respect the rule of law, and we want an ethical and transparent and accountable state. The National Anti-Corruption Strategy has 6 pillars, and among these 6 pillars, when it is circulated, you will see that our traditional leaders have a very important, critical role to play in the implementation of this National Anti-Corruption Strategy. So I'm going to start with those. Let me start with the first one, and it's not an accident that it's the first one. The first part of the strategy is to promote and encourage an active citizenry, whistleblowing, integrity, and transparency in all spheres of life. So the strategy is not only for government. It is for communities, it's for traditional leaders, it's for civil society. Because what the strategy is saying is that we cannot succeed in the fight against corruption if we don't involve our people. On the ground, in communities, they have to be mobilized as active citizens in this fight against corruption. Second, to advance the professionalization of employees and to optimize their contribution to create corruption-free spaces. And I'm aware that there are also staff members in this meeting. And I've had experience myself in government for many years. Often the problem in departments, in local authorities, starts with the politicians who place pressures on officials, public servants, to act in a way that is not consistent with their professional responsibilities. Often we are also recruiting people not based on merit, but based on nepotism, on political connections, which is why many of our local authorities are collapsing, service delivery is collapsing, because we are not appointing the right people. And even when we appoint the right people, we compromise them. So we should be saying to our public servants, they must act as professionals. We must recruit the best people, the most capable people, the most ethical people to run our public services. So that's point number 2. That's pillar number 2. Number 3, we want to enhance governance, oversight, and consequence management in organizations. You'll be shocked. I mean, I'm from Gauteng. Gauteng is supposed to be the shining light. Well, I'm not sure whether that was ever true. But discipline within departments is broken down. If somebody if there's the disciplinary processes take forever and they never conclude. So dealing with consequence management in organizations is a critically important pillar. Next, to improve integrity and credibility of the public procurement system, tendering. The evidence before the Zondo Commission shows that about 80% of the corruption problem that is facing us, and which is having a direct impact on services to our people, is in procurement. So here's the good news. This beast of corruption seems like a mountain that is too high to climb, or an elephant that is too big to eat. But if we are strategic and we prioritize, we can start to see results. Because the problems of fraud in procurement are not insurmountable. And that's why we are looking very carefully at Justice Zondo's recommendation to establish a new anti-corruption a procurement agency to deal specifically with this matter. And what we are thinking is that rather than to deal with the matter after the fact, that we need to put a system in place that can detect corruption in procurement proactively. And then finally, pillar 6 is to protect the vulnerable sectors that are most prone to corruption and unethical practices with effective risk management. Now, I'll take the example. If you're following the situation in Eskom, we can see that the impact that corruption is having on the delivery of electricity, which is important for households, it's important for companies. So we can tackle that problem. The elephant is the big one, but maybe the Eskom problem is the tail. We can deal with it. If you take Tembisa Hospital, we know the impact on the healthcare of our people in Tembisa. And it is very clear that the problem there is that the procurement processes are being controlled by a mafiosi. So that is something we can tackle. That's what we mean by protecting the vulnerable sectors. And you will see from these 6 pillars that the emphasis, yes, is in the first place on trying to improve investigation and prosecution of individual criminal acts. Justice Zondo referred some matters to the NPA and so forth. But we in the Council are clear that focusing only on prosecution, on investigation and punishment is not the whole answer, that we have to focus on prevention. We have to focus on strengthening our institutions, on strengthening the administration. That's a long-term approach. It's a systemic approach, and it focuses on prevention. Now, we can't win the fight to prevent corruption without the support of our traditional leaders. We have to deal with values. We have to deal with the family. We have to deal with the values children grow up under. We have to deal with our schooling system. We have to be concerned with behavior. How do you deal with those matters is a very complicated issue. But that's the issue we've got to tackle. So maybe the Department of Education has to be involved. We have to change the curriculum to deal with values, the upbringing of children, the strengthening of the family, the strengthening of communities. If I can take the example of violence against women and children, it's a social problem. How long have we been trying to deal with this problem? You can't deal with it just with the law. You have to deal with values. You have to deal with behavior. You have to strengthen communities. So we have a very strong emphasis on prevention. We are going to be making, we have made some recommendations to the President concerning whistleblowing. We want whistleblowers to have greater protection. We have already made some recommendations to the President on party funding. You can see we're taking a broad approach because we think that the way corruption enters the political system is through the control of the funding of political parties. But we are going to make our first report to the President in February next year. So we've been working very hard. We are a part-time body, but I can tell you that we have a strong team. We have very capable people in the Council. and that we're working very hard with a great sense of the responsibility on our shoulders. We have set up work streams to focus on a number of areas. One is the institutional architecture. By that we mean we are looking at the law enforcement agencies, how to strengthen them, and we're also looking at whether we need a new agency. Some of you might well have been following that debate. There are some recommendations in Parliament already to establish a new anti-corruption body. We are looking at such proposals. We have visited Kenya, for instance, to look at their experience, and I can tell you all a very interesting experience after independence. Kenya is a very interesting society, very impressive in many ways. They are developing. They established an anti-corruption body because they recognized some years ago that this is a growing problem. They established an anti-corruption body. As soon as it started to be effective, the politicians abolished it. And now they've got a new anti-corruption body. We visited, and we're very impressed by what they're achieving. They've got very capable people in their anti-corruption. It's called an anti-corruption and ethics body. So they're not only dealing with law, they're also dealing with ethics and morality. They're trying to establish high standards for those who are in public office. And we have a lot to learn from them. So we are looking, among others, at their experience to see what we need to do here. We are behind them. We are definitely behind Kenya and quite a few countries on our continent, by the way, in the fight against corruption. But hopefully, with your support, we're going to get there. We have set up in the council 6 work streams. One is on institutional architecture. The second is on whistleblowing support. Tandeka, Kubule, and Becky heads that one. Legislative reform, and you can imagine there's a large number of laws that we have to look at. Is being headed by Kavisha Pillay. Public procurement, Advocate Kumalo. So that's a separate work stream. Communication and engagement is headed by our Deputy Chair, who's doing a fantastic job. And then we're also looking at monitoring and evaluation, because any strategy requires monitoring and evaluation. You have to see, are you succeeding or not? And that is the case also with anti-corruption. Now, I want to share with you our concerns about the risks, because any anti-corruption strategy has a risk of failure. There's no guarantee that we're going to succeed, but if we do the right things, we will succeed with your support. The first one is that our people, there's a deep sense of demoralization and mistrust, particularly of our politicians, but also demoralization. I think our people are losing confidence in themselves. And this is reinforced by the apparent culture of impunity. In other words, it appears to many of us on the ground that people are getting away with blue murder without any effective action. So obviously, the investigation and prosecution of individuals, and I've said that that is only part of the answer, but the point I want to make is that until we get to a point where our people can see that there is progress being made in terms of holding people accountable through the criminal justice cluster, is going to be very difficult to win their support. I've had many experiences. I'm sure that you'll hear the Deputy Chair, who's been very active, can tell you her own experiences. But whenever I've been invited to talk about anti-corruption and what the government is doing, and the fact that we're appointed by the President, they say, we don't believe that you guys are sincere. We believe that you are just pretending to fight corruption. Now, if you as our traditional leaders can embrace this strategy, make it your own, you can help us succeed by restoring confidence in our people that our country has a future, that there are leaders, there are institutions that they can trust, and that they themselves should become involved in this fight. We might not win the fight tomorrow. We might not have people in jail tomorrow, and that, as I said, is not the only answer, but that's what we hear in the media, orange overalls. What we are saying is prevention is also important. That's why you have a very important role. So this culture of impunity by politicians is the second risk. I was again talking to the chair, presiding officer, before this meeting, whispering in each other's ears. But is that not the feeling that we all have, that whatever the public says, whatever we do, the people who are there believe they are untouchable? That's what I mean by the culture of impunity. The third is that anti-corruption officers' reform efforts, what we are engaged in, will be resisted by entrenched vested interests. Those who are benefiting from the system as it is are going to resist what we want to do. But we have to be fearless. We have to be courageous. We have to be prepared to stand up and talk the truth. And the fourth is what results from electoral cycles. We are now entering an electoral cycle. We don't know what the outcome of this election is going to be. But we have to ensure, because anti-corruption is a long-term strategy for the country, that it's not interrupted by electoral outcomes. Your authority in communities doesn't depend on elections. It depends on your position and your legitimacy in our society. It's long-term. Politicians have short-term horizons, many of them, not all of them, and we don't know what the outcome of the next election is going to be. So we were appointed by this president. What happens? We don't know what the attitude of the next president is going to be, or the next government. You have to help us to make sure that this process of working towards an effective combating of corruption is not interrupted by elections. Finally, why do we have reason to be hopeful? First of all, I believe it's because of the resilience and values of our people. I know many people will make this point, but we have overcome great odds. Nobody believed that we could win against the apartheid system and against the colonial order. But we did, through resilience and courage. I think that the situation that we face in the country is not acceptable to our people. It's not consistent with their values and their hopes. So they will stand with us in this long fight, especially if they are led and supported by our traditional leadership. Second, our traditional leaders have a particularly important role to play in a period of moral decay and demoralization. At the moment, for a lot of what we want to achieve, here's the irony. We fought for democracy so we can elect our peoples. But now we're realizing that we have to go back to our values, our traditions. What we had before we had apartheid and before we had colonialism, in order to defend our democratic achievement. And the final reason for hope, I think, for me and for the Council, is that we do have institutions that are still functioning. We have independent institutions. We have courts. We have traditional leaders. We have a critical media. We have civil society. We have religious organizations and religious leaders who can provide sources of insight, of moral leadership in what is a difficult time for our people. But I have every reason to hope that we can overcome this moment and fulfill the ambitions and aspirations of our project of liberation, which is what we have fought for and which we must now defend. Ironically, also be prepared to defend from ourselves, because the enemy now is not simply out there, is not someone we can identify. The enemy is also within, but through a commitment to restorative justice, perhaps we can have the hope that we can see. Ria Lebucha, thank you very much for inviting us. It's been a privilege to have this opportunity to talk with you, and I hope that we'll be able to work with you as you embrace this strategy also as your own. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Prof. Members, I see a lot of you are yawning. I don't know if maybe I missed something last night, or because I had an early night because I've got flu. Even Khosi Motshwara Khole is wow. I don't know. What did you guys get up to last night? Yeah, it's DC. Maybe you let something whilst I was sleepy. Yeah, no, members, it's time for you to respond to the presentation and get comments and questions. I think this is very important generally for the country. Yeah, so by show of hands, I will see those who would want to say something to the presentation. Ghost release.
Thank you, Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, honorable members of the Sokas House, former Chairperson and Prof. Thank you for the comprehensive presentation that give clarity and the situation of the country at large. But it's an unfortunate part that each and every time when we talk about corruption, we mostly focus in government, forgetting this private sector and these big companies. Instead, we used to use these fancy names. No, it's not corruption, it's collusion. They collude. Whereas they are the ones who is a problem. I think we wish the council is successful, because even those who try to be whistleblowers, you know for the fact that you won't last, because it's not a corruption in a ground level. It's in a high level. So to fight corruption, really, it's a societal issue. It's not, but we wish you the best. We support your presentation, and we hope, I'm not sure when the government or the president or when you were formed, how are you going to be assistant? Because most of people who start to fight corruption baqala benamandla mama, ubone behla kancane beshona phansi sebesindwa izisu ubona qobo lwabo. Thank you.
Nkosi Joy.
Nkosi Chair, may I proceed sitting down, Chair? Oh,
Yeah, I didn't call Nkosi Teliza to order because he's an elder. So when I'm gonna call you to order.
Chair, thank you, Chair. Chair, may I write on Nkosi Teliza's acknowledgements to yourself, everybody else. Chair, let's appreciate the presentation that we've received from the honorable guests. Of which, Chair, what I wish to emphasize on is what Nkosi Teliza has alluded to, that corruption is formed at the upper class. It could be your private, of which the honorable guest has mentioned to us that it would be funding that goes to the political institution, and then they have to then pay back. What then gets created is that the middle class would be the administrators of this corruption. Those in your public offices, they would be the ones that administrate this corruption. But the critical issue now is that those that suffer are the people that we lead, the lower class, the poor people that we lead in our communities. They are the ones that suffer. They are the ones that don't receive infrastructure that would be called to show on papers that it was constructed, but physically it is not there. So we definitely have to support this and appreciate the fact that Unkosikazi Mhlawuli is part of the council, and she did emphasize on our involvement as the institution. But now, what I wish to check also, when we support them, because now we might have an issue of supporting an advisory council that will have no recommendations. I understand it's advisory, but are your recommendations binding? When you advise the president, if he says, I appointed you to advise, so with an advice, you can take it or you can't take it. So whilst we are behind you and supporting you, will we not be seen as also failures? Because that will definitely come to a fail. So also what I wish to check is that, are you funded? Because no car can travel without being funded. No work can be done without being funded. So are you an advisory council that is funded? What is the term? Is it aligned to the president, to the current president? I just wish to understand those operations. And also, just to advise, you know, in other countries, sort of like Singapore. In Singapore, when a member of a political organization assumes power, being power of a position of being a prime minister, what happens is that they resign from the political party and assume the position of government. They have no connection with that political organization. So it also assists, I think it's foresight of some sort that they had. It also assists with this linkage because you are advising the president who is the president of a political party, who has assumed this position because of that political party, who pledges his allegiance to that political organization. That political organization also happens to form part of this so-called ecosystem that we are discussing currently. So such thoughts could be shared to yourselves. Maybe it could be something that you would think of in bringing to the advice of the president. Nkosi Chair.
Siyabulela Nkosi DC.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings, members and the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council. Chair, mine is to appreciate the work that is done by the Council. If you read across the world, like the revolutionary story of Nicaragua, how that government was collapsed by corruption, and how people, having given a second chance to that government, still they pursued corruption. And if also you look at the Arab Spring, I think it was in Tunisia, it gives you clear indication that we're heading for that crisis in this country. It's true, Prof, that the inequalities in our society one day will result to our people revolting against us. And unfortunately, my comrades, they seem not to hear that voice, that the toiling masses are seriously getting impatient with the corruption that is taking place in the country. Corruption in the lowest level of government, in municipalities, in government departments. Service providers have to fork out money to be paid for services that they have rendered. So it is quite a mammoth task that has been assigned for by the president. TNS, this leadership of this House, we're open, Prof, to support any initiative that will try and address this problem. And of course, we've been watching whistleblowers after they've finished their whistling, they are sidelined, unprotected by the state, they are chased from their employment, and so on and so on and so on. So something must be done to deal with those issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DC. Hosintanusi.
Chairperson, as a teaching elder, I'll stand up. Thanks, Prof. Nosandi. I just wanted to check with you, Prof. and Unosandi, if there is political will in what you've been assigned to do, and what do you expect from us in the rural areas to help you when most of the corruption is happening in the urban areas? Thank you.
Any other hand? Okay, I don't think there's any more hand. Maybe I can just say I've got one issue most probably on my side. You know, Prof, it's an interesting topic of of corruption. But I don't think we are looking at it broadly. One could maybe play the devil's advocate, not necessarily to say that the politicians are the devils, but it's very easy to say that politicians are corrupt. To a certain degree, it's true. But generally in our society, when we look at the concept of corruption, let's speak to the rural dynamics. If somebody steals your sheep, it's going to be eaten in the same community. So it means the community is corrupt. Deputy Chairperson last week was telling me that he's planting a certain number of hectares and a certain portion is allocated to the thieves who are going to steal. And those thieves are coming from the village. So I think I was more captivated by your opening statement that it's more of a moral issue more than anything. So I think my personal view, the general South African population is corrupt, but it's easy to point out at politicians because people still in our communities, they break in, they take your TV, and it's sold in the very same community. In churches, the church council, they steal money. It's December now, groceries through Stockfells have to be bought, and it's old women who are stealing that money. Because those societies are presided over by the elderly women. So you see that it's not necessarily, or corruption is only meant for politicians. I don't know if it's politicians who are teaching our people, or it's our people who are teaching politicians to steal. So I think the conversation we should, as South Africans, have an honest conversation about our behavior generally. It should not be that because it's easy to say politicians are corrupt, then we just leave it at there that politicians are corrupt. Most probably, I mean, you see, every person or most of the people who get an opportunity to get in that position, they do the very same thing. So maybe we just want to remove this one so that we can also do the same thing. So I think the issue is bigger than, like Nkosi Keliza said, it's bigger than public servants. It's something that is everywhere. And I think maybe it must be approached in that manner. I think. Yes, Mama, you can respond.
Thank you, Chair, honorable members of the House. Thank you very much, Chair, for the inputs from the members. When I was putting pressure putting pressure to this council chair, I knew exactly that we are going to get what we are getting now from you. Because as leaders, I wanted also to show, Prof, that we are not those traditional leaders. We are just sitting next to the crawl and do whatever. Because other people who are coming from the urban areas, they think that we are just that type of people. But not Prof. Prof has been working with this. But I just wanted to show him what type of people we are talking about as traditional leaders. As we were engaging with this chair, we picked up a lot of advice from you. That is what we need and as we are going forward. For instance, the examples which were set by Joy, the honorable member. So we just looking at, oh, yes, one can resign because you see what is happening now when you are a leader of the particular party. Also, you also the head of the state, what is happening. Chair, I want to emphasize more on the issue of whistleblowers. That's why we are taking it, it's there. It's one of the recommendations that we look to help to look after, because they are killed. They flew from South Africa because of the risk they are looking at. Chair, our term of office is 3 years. We were appointed last year, so we are on the 2nd year. Because it's an issue of funding. I'm sure the chair will answer that one. I must be honest enough and share with you that as we are working now from last year when I was appointed, before I left the house, there's no remuneration up to now. So, unyaku pelile, there's nothing, there's no remuneration. So they are still working on it. But our traveling is and accommodation and other things are funded. Also assisted by partners who are working with us. So, I won't say we are funded or not, but that's what I'm saying. I'm sharing with you. But as we were being appointed, Koskazi Mhlari was appointed at her own capacity. You know that we are used to that as traditional leaders to work for our communities. So it depends now to that person. But I'm working with the council, which is very keen. Everybody is saying, no, we won't stop, even if the term comes to an end, without yet getting anything, because we have been appointed by the president of the country. So we'll have to work for the communities. We really appreciate the inputs here, but Chair will respond to other issues. And also, I fully agree with Mdunge, because when you are saying that sometimes we are always talking about politicians and public sector, but we forget about business. We have picked up that also as this council. We also no. In some of the business sectors, they have just decided to be in front, so that you cannot look at them. So we are looking at them also as part of this. Those who are, they are also corruptees. Those business sectors. So the chair will, the issue of inequalities, what is happening down there in our areas. People, it's us who are there, they are fighting with Amakosi, saying that Amakosi, you are doing nothing for us. But we can't do anything because we don't control money as traditional leaders. There's not even a cent that goes to the traditional leader, except the traditional leaders who have got something they've arranged, or maybe they've got sand and other things that can be part of funding of their traditional councils. I'll give back to the chair because I won't be able to speak after him, Chair. Thank you very much for the commitment which we see here as traditional leaders, because we are here as leaders. And I'm always saying that we are living as if we are the last generation. We even forget that there are still generations to come. Just living as if there's no one who's going to. We don't even think about your own children. Tina just upegile and we are born and it seems that we are the last generation. So we are trying by all means that let's prevent. Chair. Prevention is better than cure. That's why we are saying exactly your examples you were talking about, what is happening around us there in the communities, because corruption starts there. And also that youth which is coming from our area is going to practice what they are doing there when they become leaders, and they'll be doing this corruption because they are used to it coming from us. We are going to elect them as councillors and other from your own community, your own community. So thank you very much. I'll give to my chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Thank you for the questions. They were all the right ones, and they were very profound. And I don't say that lightly. Nkosi Chiliza, this issue that you are raising about private sector corruption, and there were other questions which are about how you conceptualize, how you define, how you think about corruption. It's not a question that can be taken for granted, as if we have the same idea in mind. And we have started discussing this matter in the council. So I think what you are complaining about is that the way the discussion is being framed in the public, especially the political discourse, is that the problem lies with politicians and administrators. That's where they are pointing the accusing finger. Look at the evidence before the Zondo Commission. The main beneficiaries of corruption, who were the main beneficiaries? It was private companies, most of them actually incorporated in multiple jurisdictions. Big consultancies, Bain, McKinsey, PwC. Those ones giving so-called contracts to do IT support and financial modeling for ESCOM. Why is it not being publicly discussed? The media doesn't really focus on this matter, not even civil society. There's a distortion in the way we are thinking about corruption. And I'm not saying, well, no, it's not the public sector, or I'm trying to give politicians a get-out-of-jail-free card. Say, no, we mustn't look there. But it's about understanding the nature of corruption and what is required to combat it. Most of the companies involved are big consultancies, global companies. And by the way, that is also related to the question of the complexity of corruption, because many people are pointing fingers at the NPA and saying, no, this politician is not yet in orange overalls. What people are not recognizing is that the investigation and prosecution of this kind of corruption is very complex. I'm not surprised that the NPA is achieving some success, but limited success, because investigating and prosecuting the kind of corruption we're facing, especially when there are expensive lawyers on the other side, is not easy. And we are not going to have a situation quickly where we are successfully prosecuting all the criminals. By the way, none of the CEOs or the people of these big companies are being indicted. They're not even being discussed. I mean, the Treasury took steps recently with Bain, blacklisted them, but they now, with the expensive lawyers, are going to court to challenge. So this question that Nkosi Chiliza is raising is a critical question. Also the question about is it at the top or is it at the bottom? I think it is both. So it is a societal problem, and that's another reason why we have to fight this battle, because it is about the well-being, about the health, even the moral health of our people on the ground. So this corruption problem is eating us from the bottom. It's destroying the fabric of our communities. But the problem with the corruption at the top, including the corruption of politicians, is the impact is so great. If public services are collapsing, if our economy is failing, if we go from blackout to blackout with electricity, who's feeling the impact? And then those are the people who are in the position to defend themselves and to protect their interests. And I'll come to the question of political will. So a very important question, I can assure you, Nkosi, when we make our recommendations, we are going to deal with the matter you are raising. We want to shift the debate. We want to broaden the focus. We want to talk about private companies. We want to talk about business. It's not only them, by the way. What about lawyers, the accountants, the big accounting firms? They were all, now in the Zondo Commission it says, no, these were the enablers. They don't say these were the corrupt, they were corrupt themselves. Nobody's saying they must be charged. They were then, but at least they were enabling. All of these, the Guptas were being assisted by fancy lawyers, big law firms in Sandton, big accounting firms. So, very important point. The issue that Nkosi Joy has raised is critically important. Any institution fighting corruption has to be properly resourced, properly empowered with financially, with the proper skills, with the proper systems. We have been set up to advise the president. We are an advisory body, not an enforcement body. Advise the president on what? It was a necessary step because the steps were they adopted a strategy. The strategy was broadly consulted. They had experts, they had a lot of consultations, civil society and so forth. And I think they've got a good strategy. And the strategy envisages the setting up of this council to advise of the implementation. But we're not an enforcement body. And we don't have binding authority. Why is that important? You know, your authority doesn't depend on your legal authority to pass laws. You make a contribution. Your authority is more firmly founded on your position in our society. The council's ability to have its advice implemented is going to depend on you. It's going to depend on our people. Because I can tell you, when we report in February, that's going to be a public report, we clarified with the president. We had to discuss it. This advice that we're giving you, is it confidential? Is it only for your ears? Or will it be a public document? And so forth. So he did the right thing. He said, no, your advice will be public. So when we come out with a report, I can tell you, we will be dealing with recommendations that many people don't like. Whether those recommendations are implemented is going to depend on what our society does and whether there is political will. That's why I raised the question of what happens with this election. Because the president, I believe that the president is behind this process. I think we can, from our interactions with him, he's giving us the support as the president in the system. But of course there are people who don't want this process to succeed. But we are not afraid of them. We are going to be talking truth to power. So we are not worried too much about the fact that we are not remunerated. we are doing this because of the commitment to our people. So we want to keep focused. We started out with no resources. Now we have a secretariat in place. We have research capacity in place. We're being supported by numerous experts. And those resources are being provided through the GIZ and so forth. They funded our trip here. It's not optimal, but we can't approach this matter on the basis, starting with what are the constraints, what are the limitations. The other important thing that you are raising goes to the credibility of this council. When I talk to journalists, for instance, they ask the same questions. And they think that, no, you are a toothless body, and that you are just being set up to fail, and that this is a sort of a nice political ornament for the politicians to say, look, here is what we are doing about corruption. I don't think so. I think that it's an advisory body. The president needed an advisory body, but it's not an enforcement body. So we want to get to the point as soon as possible to set up a body in the country that has enforcement powers. Right? That's why in a year, as an advisory body, we're producing our first report. I mean, a serious report with a well-motivated evidence in support of our recommendations. But thank you for that question, a profound one. The issue, so you also raised the issue about, well, what happens in Singapore, and that their system is not party-based. I'm not entirely sure completely familiar with their system. Their anti-corruption body is definitely independent of politics, and we will be recommending that the new anti-corruption body is independent of the executive. Right? Because we don't want a situation where they can interfere, and we don't want a situation where they can abolish a body when it becomes uncomfortable. So we are going to make recommendations to protect the longevity of the body. And the recommendations on the professionalization of the public service, and I know that there are some public servants here, we are saying that the system of pure political appointments of senior administrators must come to an end. So to that extent, we are borrowing from the experience, as you understand it, of Singapore. The administration, the public service, has to be insulated from that kind of improper political control. Nkosi Mavuso, I really enjoyed your observations about Nicaragua and the Arab Spring and so forth, and where we might be headed in this country. Sometimes countries need moments of rupture to self-correct. I think it's good that politicians should be afraid we don't want instability. And I don't think we're at a moment when we cannot restore the project of liberation, which was never completed. It started and it has faltered. But with your help, so I think that the struggle against corruption is not a standalone. It is part of the struggle to restore the direction that we have pursued in some ways for centuries. It has always been about the dignity, the well-being of our people. And maybe we can avoid what is the chaos that's happening elsewhere by doing the things that are necessary. And of course, Deputy Chair has also already spoken to the issue of whistleblower protection. You all know that Thandeka Mbeki is herself a whistleblower. She's teaching at the university. She's had a brilliant career. She's a very smart woman. She has knowledge. She has passion. She's working with whistleblower communities. So is the council. And we are going to be making, in this February report, strong recommendations on the whistleblower protection. I hope our report comes to you, that you have a special session, that you endorse our recommendations after this careful discussion next year. Nkosi Tsangwisi, it's a very famous name. So I'll ask you afterwards who your relatives are, as I was asking Mr. Mavuso. This question of political will, I think in our political process, we have leaders who are credible. We also have people who have lost their way. And those who have lost their way don't want this project to succeed. If we come with a recommendation which says people must disclose unexplained wealth, they won't be happy. But our job is not to make them happy. Our job is to tell the truth. And we're going to tell that truth. So I don't know. I said in my presentation, one of the risks to this project is that it can be derailed by people who have vested interests. It can be, we don't know who people are going to elect. If you look at I don't know the whole country, of course, but look what's happening in Johannesburg, in that local authority, that golden city of, what's happening there? They are electing fools. Sometimes I think, but don't quote me, I think, no, we must just restore traditional leadership. I must withdraw my language. I apologize, unparliamentary language. But I don't withdraw the sentiment. I will just withdraw the words. Okay. But I think that maybe we must just restore traditional leadership and leave it then. Because the election process doesn't always work. The issue of societal corruption, corruption at the top, corruption in our communities, but this is why behavior change, education, norms, values, rebuilding the family, development, social development, so corruption is not a standalone. We have to be thinking about corruption as part of our country's national agenda, our long-term agenda. Let's embark on this journey together. It's a long journey. And let's not allow anyone, whether having political will for good or ill or not, to interrupt what we know we must do to protect our country's and our children's future. Thank you once again for this opportunity to discuss with you.
Thank you very much, Prof. and Mamhlauli, for coming to us about this very important matter. I think we will be eagerly awaiting the recommendations to the President, and we will integrate it to part of our work as we also engage the society and government itself to say we met with the Anti-Corruption Council and these are the issues on the table, and we think they are doing the correct job and they should be supported everywhere else. So thank you very much for coming to the National House and presenting yourself. I think we will be in touch. Yes, I understand you should be traveling, so if you need to excuse yourself, you're excused. Members, I think we are not going to have a long day. We've got 2 outstanding presentations, so maybe we should take a tea break for 15 minutes. Then we finish the rest of the presentations. So we pause here for now. Okay, thank you. Thank you. We are back, members from our tea break. In terms of our order paper, we remember, I would just like maybe to remind the House that when we were in Limpopo for our strategic planning, one of the issues that came up and we agreed with is that we cannot only rely on government to do everything for us, especially because we do realize that government is constrained in many ways. Government, there's very little capacity to develop rural areas, as our areas are still dry now. But also the debt issue of government, and the debt issue means government can hardly afford to do anything now. Even as members of the House now, you saw that we were informed that maybe we'll be able to get our SNTs or claims after the second week of December. So I think part of the discussion when we were in Euphoria Lifestyle Estate was that we need to look at doing something on our own for our communities and maybe to a certain degree our personal benefit, because personally I don't believe that you should work for the community and where now you must just starve. There has to be a balance in between. So we thought that we should be able to bring in people in the industry who have got the technical know-how on how to build things that are able to sustain our communities, bring in employment where it is necessary and all of that. And we see a lot of mushrooming of complexes and malls across the country. So when we did our research internally in the office, we realized that the Masingita group is the most favorable group that has been able to build these things across the country. So I'm personally excited that they are here today and they will be able to take us through. I think part of the memo we said they must tell us what they do, but secondly, they must be able to pinpoint what are the difficulties when they have come into rural areas and try to develop. What were the problems coming from the community? What were the problems coming from the traditional leader himself or herself? The funding issue, which is, I think, is central to everything. What can the traditional leader do to make sure that funding is accessed? And I think even as we visited Kings with Exco, I remember when we were in Mpumalanga at King Mabena's place, we also intimated that we would like to bring this kind of organizations or this kind of people so that they can assist, because if you drive from Pretoria through Molopo Road, there's a lot of potential in Nkosi Mahlangu as we went to your area for the event. There's a lot of potential there, but it needs to be done. It needs to be unearthed in a coordinated manner. So I think this is one of our small attempts to bring something closer to you, which does not necessarily need the permission of the government for you and your community to do, as long as you follow the right protocols. So yes, we've got, I think, Mr. Timothy Peary from Masingita to take us through the presentation. Peary, the floor is yours.
His Royal Highness, the chairperson of this August House,
the Deputy Chairperson and honorable members of this House. Firstly, let me express our Chairperson's gratitude for inviting us to this House to share with you our experiences in rural commercial development. I must also profusely apologize that we're not able to attend the conference that you had on the 24th of October in Bloemfontein for reasons that the date clashed with the last shareholders meeting of the company, where we're supposed to submit reports to shareholders. But that having been said, we are so much excited to come here and share with you our experiences in rural development. I am Timothy Piri, the Group Executive at Masingita Group of Companies. Just to give you a background of who Masingita Group of Companies is, this is a company that was formed in 1983 by Dr. Mike Nkuna. We have been developing in rural and township areas, which is our niche market. And over these years, over 40 years, we've done quite a lot in rural areas, to the extent that our chairman was honored by the South African Council of Shopping Centers as a pioneer of township and rural retail property development. Our core business is essentially retail development in township and rural areas. We also do residential developments. In the last 10 years, we diversified into smart towns and cities in the township and rural areas only. And we do so by providing turnkey solutions. And also, we have in-house asset and property management services, therefore not outsourcing to companies outside. We do have facilities management in our company. And we also develop this commercial and social infrastructure in all the areas that we're focusing on. So far, Chairperson, we've developed over 18 shopping centers in rural and township areas. 80% of these shopping centers are in Limpopo, 10% in Gauteng, and the remaining 10% in other provinces such as Northwest and Mpumalanga. We have not developed in provinces such as Western Cape, Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and Northern Cape for logistical reasons. But that does not mean that we cannot go. Time permitting, and if the opportunity is feasible, we will be able to go to those areas. We also have dealerships. Members of this August House are welcome to buy vehicles in our dealerships. We've got an Audi dealership and also a VW dealership. We will be considerate to give you a good discount. We also have a portfolio of government offices which we are leasing to various government departments. We have developed 174 apartments, residential property in Sentin, which is called Masingita Towers. It has got penthouses. Now, why are we here? We are here to share with you the extent of the involvement of traditional councils insofar as rural commercial development is concerned. Our experience has been that when we conceptualize a development in a rural area, we first identify a suitable site for this development. We are aware of many calls that are coming to our offices from various corners, traditional leaders calling us, indonors calling us to say, please come and see a site. It is very difficult to go and see a site that has been identified only to find that that site is not feasible. We have the expertise to identify a site that is feasible from public transportation point of view, from pedestrian point of view, and the visibility, because tenants want visibility of the retail development. And once we've done that, we then approach the traditional council to share our vision with the traditional council and propose to the traditional council the option to buy the land for purposes of development. Once there is that principal agreement, we then appoint a surveyor to survey the land and give us a diagram, because that is very important to know exactly what is the extent of the land that will be required. It is only after that process has been concluded with the traditional council that the traditional council determines that, yes, let us issue a letter of recommendation for, in this instance, Masingita Group of Companies to buy the land outrightly. Following that, we have to go to the Land Claims Commissioner, because what we have observed is that most of the land parcels in tribal authorities or traditional authorities have got land claims. And the minister will not approve if there is no indication from Land Claims Commissioner whether that land does or does not have a land claim. And in instances where there is a land claim, the Land Claims Commissioner makes a determination whether that land should be released for business development or not. In the instance where it is released for business development, there are two options. One is that the land claimant, if the claim is successful, they will be allocated an alternative land or be compensated by government for the claim that they've lodged. And it is on the basis of that recommendation of the Land Claims Commissioner that we start engaging with the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reform. What the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reform requires, first, it's a consent from the local municipality. Because the local municipality must be able to say, yes, this development supports our spatial development planning in a particular area. And as a result, they issue what you call a SPLUMA consent letter. And once we've received that, we then go to the department, there are regional offices in all the provinces, to submit all these documents that we've received, the letter of recommendation from the traditional council, the survey diagram, the letter from the municipality, and the letter from the the Land Claims Commissioner. Then we submit to the office of the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reform. Then they vet the application, and if they are satisfied that there has been compliance, they issue us with a letter authorizing us to go and submit the draft survey diagram to the Office of the Surveyor General for approval. Because without that approval by the Office of the Surveyor General, no land can be released. From that point, they then start, as a department, not ourselves now, to conduct community meetings. There will be the first meeting where the community is engaged that the traditional council has issued a letter of recommendation for this company to buy the land. Is the community accept, amenable to that proposal. If the community says yes, then there will be a second meeting, which is the final one, where the community appoints or elects members of the community who will sign off the land rights holders resolution that is prepared by the department. And once that is signed, then it is then taken to a committee which is called the Provincial State Land Disposal and Vesting Committee. In this committee, you have got the Department of Public Works, Rural Development and Land Reform, Education, Agriculture, Health. This is a committee that will decide whether that land is suitable for business development or not. You may find that one of the departments, for instance, the Department of Health says, no, we've identified the same land for the development of a clinic. And once the Department of Health says that, it means that land cannot be sold for commercial development. So first they find out from amongst themselves whether this land can be released or not, or maybe it's earmarked for social development. And once it is released, then it goes to national. There's another committee at national, which is called the National District Shared Services Committee, where the application is presented, and once it is approved there, then it goes to the minister for approval. It is only after the minister is approved that a sale agreement can be signed. Now, this process, Chairperson, can take up to 5 years. It's a protracted process. You have to beg officials to process your applications. It's not proper. There is one that we did which took 7 years for the minister to sign. And in that 7-year period, people are hungry. There's no development. People are moving out of rural areas to urban areas or towns that are economically active, just because there is no signature of an official. Now, once that is done, we then involve the community. We then go and share with the community what benefits this commercial development will bring. The capital injection in that particular area, what amount, what money we're bringing in, because they must ready themselves to take opportunities that prevail themselves from this development. And the number of jobs that are going to be created. What we normally do when we have identified a site for commercial development, we do what we call a socio-economic study. We appoint companies like Urban Studies. They do a socio-economic study that will tell us what the financial injection will be, the number of jobs that are going to be created during construction, the number of jobs that are going to be created during the operation of this commercial development. What other socio-economic spin-offs you will have there, because once the development is operational, it needs to be maintained. You have cleaning contract, cleaning services, security, people coming in to do all these sorts of maintenance. So that is what we present to the community before we even start with the development, so that they ready themselves to take these opportunities. On the other side, what we present is the social labor plan. We establish what we call a project steering committee. We allow the community to choose that steering committee. The same steering committee will then have to appoint a community liaison officer, because we need someone to be between ourselves as the developer and the community, And then the same committee will then facilitate the appointment of local contractors and local labor. What we also do in our program is that in a particular area, you'll find that there are students who are due to graduate, but before that graduation, they need to do practicals. So we offer them apprenticeship or practical training on site, so that by the time the project is completed, they are ready to go and graduate. So that is what we normally do. And also the local contractors, what we do is we provide on-the-job training, so that by the time the project is completed, they are able to stand on their own and do bigger jobs. So that is what we normally do in our developments. Now, the role of this steering committee is to ensure that they coordinate monthly project steering committee where the contractors who are developing and the CLO present their progress reports, so that they go back to the communities and the community structures and report on what is happening, how many jobs are needed, how many contractors are needed, so far, how many jobs have been created, and what is the value of the money that is spent locally. So that is what we usually do, and provide the regular reporting. And also the suppliers, because you will have suppliers of hardware material, sand, concrete, locally. So that is what we do. We go to the traditional leader and ask for material, we go and dig material, then we pay for those kind of things. Now, having said that, these are some of the developments, I must say some, that we've done in rural areas. In Zebediela, in Muletlani, we've built Zebediela Plaza. We started trading in 2014, and it created 350 jobs during construction. As we stand now, we have 800 people full-time employed in that center. In Nkuzana village, there's a 20,000 square meter shopping center, which was built at 550 million. It started operating in May 2021. During construction, we created 700 jobs. As we stand now, we've got 900 full-time employees. There is also Pepu Plaza in Silom, which costed us 150 million. During construction, we created 300 jobs, and as it stands now, there are full-time employees of 210. Now, 10 years ago, we decided to diversify into smart cities and smart towns. And when we conceptualized this, we presented it to Honorable Minister Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, at the time when she was the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Leaders. We then presented these concepts to say, this is what we're planning. Already we've identified the site, we're busy buying it. She was so excited about it. She even expressed this view to the Honorable President, as the Honorable President announced at the State of the Nation about the smart cities. Now, one of them, it's a Nkuna city, in a village called Nkuzana, next to Vuani, Abotobera, Kumasiya. We bought 119 hectares. This development, it's worth 2 billion rand. We started developing in May 2021. Already we're in phase 3 of it. What we're developing there, the purple area up there, these are industries. We have signed an agreement. We are actually signing an agreement with Limpopo Economic Development Agency, because they want to link those industries with the Musina Makado SEZ, the Special Economic Zone. We already have off-takers. There's a Chinese company that is coming there to process the fruit and vegetables, because in that region is called the fruit basket of South Africa. So they want to process and ship to China. They've already agreed to take space. There's a company that is coming to manufacture school furniture in that area. Now, Limpopo Economic Development Agency wants 49% of the stake. We're taking 51%, so we're busy finalizing the agreement. We have a university that is coming there. We've already said last year in October, we signed an agreement with the University of Venda. They want a student campus there of 300 students. They want to lecture on agriculture, commercial, industries. So we are busy finalizing it. They've already appointed a transaction advisor to assist them with the feasibility study. We've already built phase 1 and phase 2 of the shopping center that I introduced as Guna Crawl. It's 20,000 square meters. We are now on phase 2. Phase 3, we're building a filling station. We have a doctor who has recently acquired a private hospital license of 300 beds. We've already introduced that doctor to an operator who will assist with the operation. There are 2 schools that we're building. There's a hotel that is being built there. There is a lady that has started to plan for the hotel, about 150 beds. And we also have residential. Below there, we've got residential of about 450 stands. Nedbank has signed an agreement with us to fund the home loans. Those who want to build there, we are processing them through Nedbank so that they acquire home loans. And already there is much interest there. So this is the first smart city that we're developing. The second smart city that we're developing, it's along N12. We bought 162 hectares of land, and we are starting next year in March. We have already concluded an agreement here with the Development Bank of South Africa, Southern Africa DBSA, to provide funding for bulk infrastructure. So they're giving us 400 million rand for bulk infrastructure. We're having a final meeting next week on Thursday. What we're developing there is almost the same concept, but the difference here is that you've got motor dealerships along that N12 and the motor retail. We've got a trauma hospital. Then we've got a high-rise residential development and the BRT. The reason why we're doing motor retail there, that N12, those who know it, that's where the 2 Sasol garages are. We did a study there, and a traffic count of passing vehicles. Per day, there are 65,000 vehicles that are passing there, and 8,000 trucks going to Cape Town. So our concept here is informed by the studies that we conduct. And this is a 6 billion rand development. We do have another development which is called Masingita Urban Precinct in Guyane. It's a 600 million rand project. We are building the CTM. We're building a filling station and a private hospital. There is Dr. Mishak Mbokota and Davis Tansangwis. You should be knowing him. He has secured a license for a private hospital of 100 beds for a start. Already he has concluded an agreement with RH Managers, which is a subsidiary of PIC, to operate the private hospital. We're doing houses for the medical staff that will be staying there, and also food lovers market. The last smart town that we're developing is in Kremetar. It's called the Smart Growth Estate. We acquired 7.6 hectares of land from the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform. It's an 800 million rand development. This will start in September 2024. What we're developing there, it's another filling station. We're developing offices. We're doing VW and Toyota dealerships. We are building a hotel with conference facilities and also residential, including the motor retail. So that is the focus for now. insofar as smart cities are concerned. Now, all these developments, as you say, they are focused on rural and township areas. And what are the benefits? The benefits is that whatever we do must speak to the strategies of government, the spatial planning strategies of government, so that we're able to support government in providing economic investments in rural and township areas. We support traditional leaders who desire to develop their areas. The other critical issue is the public transportation. Where there is commercial investment, there is an improvement in public transportation. You will have better roads. I will give you an example with one area where we're developing. We're approached by the Taxi Association that they need a taxi rank and offices next to our center. We have done that. We have even bought them a patrol vehicle for use by the Taxi Association. And we have seen an increase in the number of people flocking into that center, just because of the taxi rank that is positioned in the shopping center, within the premises of the shopping center, and the patrol vehicle that is going around motivating people to go and support their own development. We have upgraded the roads in those areas. So there are a lot of the socio-economic benefits that I can talk to. However, in the interest of time, hopefully you'll go through the presentation, Chairperson, in your spare time. Now, what are the challenges that we're having? The challenges that we have, the first and most important, it's lack of bulk infrastructure in rural areas. The reason why we don't have is not because there are no opportunities to provide bulk infrastructure. We do have. It's lack of government support in providing bulk infrastructure to those areas. For instance, we've got a national treasury that has got what you call infrastructure fund. They have 168 billion rand that they want to utilize and unlock for infrastructure, for commercial development in rural areas. They have approached us to say, hey, we see you are developing in rural and township areas in support of government initiatives. How can we help? We have presented all these developments to them, but the process of getting that money from the start of the application to the end will take you 3 years. And these are the challenges that we're having. We have got DBSA, Vumela product. They've got a fund of 100 billion rand. They're saying to us, they went to 168 municipalities asking for projects that they can fund. And out of 168 municipalities, only 2 presented. 2. One of them is our Masingita City. Already they are signing an agreement with City of Johannesburg and form a special purpose vehicle which will fund the bulk infrastructure for Masingita City. So there are only 2 out of 168. And that calls for collaboration between private sector, traditional leaders, and local government. Without that collaboration, they will go to the municipality. The municipality will not know what private sector is doing in a particular area. Traditional leaders will not know. But if we collaborate, surely instead of waiting for DBSA or any funder to come to us, we then approach them and say, yes, a development, please fund it. The Department of Trade, Industry and Competition has a program called Critical Infrastructure Program. It also supports bulk infrastructure, more especially in financially depressed municipalities, those rural municipalities and township municipalities. We were fortunate when we started with phase 1 of Nkuna City that they gave us 50 million rand for bulk infrastructure. But it was through our initiatives. We have to go to the municipality and complete the forms on their behalf and just give them, please sign, so that we take it to DTIC. Because that fund is not coming to us, it's going to a municipality, ring-fence it for the economic investment. We do have, again, the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reform that has got this comprehensive rural development program. We have approached them 7 years ago when we started with Nkuna City, which is in a village. I must be honest with, even today, they have not yet responded. So these are the challenges that we're having to develop in rural areas. Government is not supportive. And we expect this House to stand firm and, impress on government the need to fund those who are ready to support rural economic development. The other challenge that we're having, which is very, very serious, is the contestation between government and the traditional leaders insofar as the land is concerned, land ownership. We will go to a traditional leader because we know that land belongs to a traditional leader. We conclude a deal, we finalize. Government comes in and say, by the way, I have a title deed, so you must come to me. Now you go back to the traditional leader and say, hey, KHOI, there is this problem. KHOI will say, no, this is my land. I'm not going to government, government must come to me. And you are a developer, you are in between the two. Then you go to government and say, but the Royal House say you must come this side. They say, no, 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 they know what they are supposed to do. It's part of government. Then we don't know what to do as a developer. That in itself delays commercial development in rural areas. The other challenge that we've come across is the unwillingness of traditional leaders to dispose land for business development. Most of those that have approached us to say, please come and develop. We do concepts, we go and present, they like the concept, but then we say, let's do the valuation so that you know how much this land is valued at. They say, no, 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 we're not going to sell the land. This is our own land. You can rent it for 10 years or 15 years. There is no bank that will fund land that is leased for 10, 15 years. There's no bank. No bank will fund a PTO, permission to occupy. No bank will fund it. The bank wants a title deed so that they register it with the deeds office that in case Masingita fails to pay the rent or the bond, they take the land. Now, if our royal leaders say, no, we can't sell the land, it means there is no development. Yet you are yearning for development. It's common practice that when you develop, it's either a 99-year lease, the bank can accept it. We are now busy discussing with the land reform because they've got a policy that the land you can lease for 30 plus 50. Now, the banks have said to us, whilst 30 is fine, 30 plus 50 is fine, but now after 30 years, there is a renewal. It is the government that exercises that renewal. You as a developer cannot exercise. So they are reviewing that policy because they realize that it is not financially viable. But the challenge we have with our traditional leaders is that they are saying, no, we cannot give you the land for development. Then the question I asked, but Chief, you called me here because you want development, but you don't want to release the land. What is the issue? So those are the challenges that we are confronted with. The other challenge that we are confronted with these are demands that are made by our traditional leaders. You know, there are demands that make commercial sense. There are others which do not make commercial sense. And when you impress on a traditional leader that, you know what, there is no way we can take your demand, because when we go, and remember, for every development that we do, we must go to the bank and apply for funding. Now, if what is expected by our traditional leader is such that the bank requires the traditional leader to sign surety, and the traditional leader cannot sign surety because there is no what you call collateral. Because if I go to a bank and apply for funding, I say, you know what, I've got Masingita Mall that has got money, I can file it here as surety. But what is our chief filing as surety? Nothing. But the demand is there. And we say, we know what, we can go up to here because we'll then absorb your surety. We do it as 100% on our side. No, this is what I want and nothing else. So those are the demands that are being made by our traditional leaders, which sometimes delay development in rural areas. The other one that is very, very critical is the process of the land claim. The land claim delays the developments in our rural areas. We have instances where when the Regional Land Claims Commissioner says, yes, this land has got a claim, and these are the claimants. Now, you need to go and talk to the claimants, because there is a claim that has been registered by government. Then you have a challenge of first going to the traditional leader and say, Khoshi, I've been advised by the Regional Land Claims Commissioner that I must go and talk to those people. Then there is a resistance that, no, this is my land, you can't go and talk to the claimant. Now we find ourselves in that in between, that we can't speak to the land claimant, yet the Regional Land Claims Commissioner says, go and speak to them. But then the traditional leader says, no, you can't talk to them because this is my land. When you go back to government, government says, you know what, until such time that you bring the minutes of the meeting with the land claimants, there is nothing that we can do. Therefore, there is no development. So these are the issues that we are praying, Honorable Chairperson, that you look into and assist us developers to accelerate development in rural areas. One other submission I can make is that there is a need for this August House to have a development committee. A development committee that will assist with, that will drive development in rural areas. It will also assist with the special development planning in rural areas. And it's very important that that committee drives investment in those areas, because there are many who want to invest in rural areas, but they don't know how to follow the process. Even ourselves, we started many years ago, but now we are able to perfect, we've got relationships with all these structures. When we knock at their doors, they know us. So you need that kind of a development committee that will be able to facilitate even funding for bulk infrastructure, because that is very key. If you see a development in a rural area, you must know that the investor has paid a lot of money for bulk infrastructure. To put a septic tank there, it's a lot of money. And there's no water, it means there's a shopping center in a rural area where every month we're spending 500,000 rand to buy water. because there is no water in a particular area.
Time for the questions, comments. I'll see by show of hands. Khosimabe, yeah, you can start Khosimabe, and then Hosin Tsanwisi after.
I think probably maybe we'll have to invite the presenter to the Joint Committee of Economic and Land, so that we can understand their modus operandi, so that we can be able to assist our colleagues, those that will want to do development, because I can hear from the presentation, Chair, there are some bottlenecks that needs to be explained or that need to be resolved. Especially the issue of buying land outright, which of course is going to create problems in as far as we know in our areas. The lease will be the way to go. The 99-year lease, which the banks are funding. There is a development in I think, where is it? It's Midrand, yes. Mall of Africa, where that whole area, it's on leased land, the residential and the mall, because it belongs to a particular family for which they do not sell the piece of land, but they lease it. And when you look into that development, you can see that it's a very serious multi-billion development there. So I think maybe we will have to consider that to do. And also maybe on the other issue of traditional leaders making alarming demand. I think maybe they needed to have an explanation on how the development works. That in any development, it's not like you cash up before the project can be started. So it needs an explanation and, capacitation on the institution on how development work. Because when you do that presentation, it's just that you are presenting to us as traditional leaders. Imagine when you are presenting to the government departments and they see that we are an obstacle towards development. So it will not sound well, because that will be used against the institution. I think next time maybe it's for our eyes only. I hope so. It must be like that, because when it's presented to others, now it's going to present a bleak picture about the institution. But over the presentation you made, yes, we see the light. Development can be brought to our areas faster when we collaborate with the private sector. Now that the land issue is involved, it's something that we are fighting for, that the issue of going via the minister is the one that is delaying the development in our areas. I agree with you, it takes a long time, because I know the process. We are busy building a mall which took 10 years for a minister to sign off. And obviously, and on the land, that is not a state land, on the land that we have bought, but because of the previous laws which says the minister will become a trustee, they are still holding on that. So we are still finding our way that the minister can release land to us to do the development so that it can be faster than 7 years or even 3 years. So I think we need to engage further because there are other things that we need to understand from how you work and how will communities benefit and how you bring especially the residential part of the whole picture. How will it not dilute the rural setup that we have and so on and so on, so that we can have a product that is tailor-made to the rural setup, so that it should not be one size fits all. But I think if we do work together, then development can be built faster. I think our officials, Chair, through you, they will organize that meeting faster so that we can move. And lastly, Chair, we'll also want to physically see those smart cities, because we don't want to see the picture and then when we get there, it's only said, no, we are intending to come here. So thanks, Chair.
Ra leboga kgosi, Kgosi Ntsanusi.
You can even record song. Thanks, Chairperson. I think the first thing that I would like to find out is what benefit do traditional leaders get from these projects? And the second one too has to do with shareholding in the whole project, which I think links to what Kgosi Mabe said about the alarming demand. I think as traditional leaders, we're not only leaders, but we have to live too. That we cannot run away from. And if you build a shopping center in my area, I should have a stake in that. I've got a family that I've got to take care of. And even when I'm gone, they still have to live. So I've got a problem with that. It's a bit of a meeting where you're having a lion and an impala discussing what they're going to have for lunch. It's a bit of a problem. And the other thing is the community benefit. You know, in the mining sector, what we normally do is that when we lease out land to a mine, I mean, I'm not referring to the Bafokeng type of thing. I'm referring to these small areas that we have, where you have a kilo or two that can be mined on. There's community benefit. Besides leasing out the land to the miner, or developer, whatever you call it, there's something that he has to pay to the community for losing the use of that portion of land. And I've had no mention of that in this whole setup. It seems as if we forget completely about the community, which is something which is a bit serious for me to, when I come to think of it. I think the other part has been covered by Kgosi Mabe, the portion of us selling the land to you. To me, it's a short-term benefit. If I say I'll sell you 30 or 100 hectares for 200,000, I get my 200,000, end of story. You're going to make billions out of that in 10 years to come. And I'm done with my 200,000. It's not fair. We're not treating each other as equals or as Africans. The attitude is more European in that I want to take everything that I can get from this whole project. So I think you should look seriously into us having a share in that whole thing. I'm bringing equity. I've got land. To me, land is equity. So whatever, if you say my land is worth 200 million, it means I've brought you 200 million into this project. So you can't say I'm not bringing anything and I'm just making demands. That's not right. I think those are some of the things that we should be looking at when we discuss this whole thing. That, as I said right at the beginning, it shouldn't be organizing lunch for a lion and an impala. We must have something in this whole thing. We must benefit from the whole project. So if that can be sorted out, I don't think we'll have a problem. Rightly so, I've got relatives who are staying in Mall of Africa. They're renting or leasing big portions with this 99-year lease thing. And in the rural areas where we come from, some of us, we can still do development in using the simple method of leasing out a piece of land for 9 years, 11 months. It doesn't need the minister's approval. We keep on renewing that lease agreement. We're involved in farming. That's exactly what we're using. There's no letter that has been signed by the minister. 9 years, 11 months covers everything. So those are some of the things that we should be looking at, because they do help us to get the little that we can do for our communities. Besides creating employment for our communities, as a traditional leaders, you go to live too. You can't say, no, my people have got work, so I'm okay. It doesn't work like that. We must live too. I think those are some of the things that we should also be looking at, and when thinking about this whole thing. I support all the ideas that we've come up, KHOI-SAN of Masingita Group meeting us, or meeting the business committee in the house, so that we can sort out what the two of us will have for lunch. Thanks.
Ra leboga Kgosi Mahura.
Ke a leboga mokokagi, modulasetulo, badirikaene le baeng ba rona le badirikana. Bo kgosi jaaka Setswana se tla se bue, Kgosi Mabele le Kgosi Mtomi ba ntseetse magoko, mme jaanong ke tlatsa ka gore ga ke itse gore a mokotlegi monnasetulo o dirile thulaganyo ya gore re itlhelelwe ke di-presentation. Go na le e nngwe mo go re e nkopisang tlhogo, jaanong ga nne re a ka nkopela nna gore e re gompieno yana gore ka moso ga ke tsamaya ke be ke tshwere presentation eo yana ke ne ke ya go ithuta sengwe mo teng, ke be ke ungwelwa ke sengwe mo teng, ka gobane re nna le ditlhakatlhakano ko magaeng kwa ka go sa itse melao le dithulaganyo le ditsamaiso. Jaanong ke itlhetse eo nako ga ke tsena gano ga ana e tshwere e le gore e bua le nna thata. So ke re ka bokhutshwane ke kopa ke lopa thata modulasetulo gore a enkopele mo gore ke tsamaye ka yone, a se ka re ka e nthomelela. Ke a leboga.
Ke a leboga Kgosi Mpho. Can you make sure that Kgosi Mahura receives the presentation, the hard copy? Any other question, comment, or any peer? The only question I have is that when the land is in private title, how many years can you reduce from the 7 years? Thank you. Rabar.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you so much for the questions that have been raised. Kgosi, I must assure you that the The presentation is for your eyes only. Because I was invited to this August house, so I had to express what we're experiencing, but I will not present it anywhere else. We welcome the invitation to discuss rural economic development with the business committee or the committee of economic development that you have, so that we exchange ideas in detail on how best we can improve or grow the economy in rural areas. So we will wait for the invitation, which we commit here and now that we are going to honor. The issue of 99-year lease, it's a good idea. This is what we are proposing to government as business, because the 30 plus 20 doesn't work. It doesn't make commercial sense. What makes commercial sense is a 99-year lease. We are aware of this land in Midrand that is owned by the Sadmia family. At some point, we were working in the same block, and we shared ideas on that Midrand development. That is a viable proposition that we are making here, that if we can move from the 30-year lease to 99-year lease, it will make viable sense to grow the rural economy. We are not fixated on the title deed, but to see value in the business and also our traditional leaders. The other issue that has been raised is the one size fits all. I agree, Khoshimabe, that you can't take Nkuna City as a development and plug it elsewhere. Hence, I explained that in all the developments that we're doing, the first thing that we do is a market study. Because a market study will explain to you what is needed in a particular area. And your planning, therefore, follows what the market dictates. We come across a lot of requests for a mall. You know, in our language, there's a difference between a convenience center, a shopping complex, and a mall. A mall is what you see in the rural areas. It's Masingita Mall, which is 45,000 square meters. It's Jabulani Mall, which is 65,000 square meters. What you have in Sentin and the Midrand, those are super regional malls. But then you will have requests that, hey, we want a mall here, only to find that in a particular area, in that rural area, you only need a 10,000 square meter convenient complex, not a mall. Now that is informed by a study. Hence, it is not a one-size-fits-all. We welcome the National House to conduct site visits on some of our smart cities. Of the 4 that I've presented here, we've started development in 3 of them. That's why we're presenting them. So you are welcome to visit our smart cities so that you see what is happening on site. We continue developing in those areas as we face in the development. There are studies that are being done. I've just explained that now that just in November, one of the doctors got a license for a 300-bed hospital. We're finalizing an arrangement with the operator, Netcare, so that they can operate the hospital. So, you know, a smart city is not something that you can do at once. You face in as and when the zoning is allocated, the feasibility makes sense, you've got other partners, you know. We don't claim to be good in residential, so that's why we've given it away to other residential developers to develop, but it's within the concept of the smart city. So you are welcome to visit our developments, KHOI-SAN. The shareholding that is propagated by government, and it's a policy document, it's in the policy document, is 10% free rider shareholding. But that 10% goes to the community, not the traditional leader. That is what they're saying. Government says you have got land rights holders, which is the community. And the land rights holders must establish a community development trust. And it is that trust that owns the 10% shareholding. Whether you buy the land or you lease the land, money goes into the account of that trust to do whatever they want to do with the money and support the traditional leader. So that one we have no problem with. I mean, there are developments in rural areas that we have done where we have signed 10% free rider shareholding. Now, there is this issue of the personal benefit of the traditional leader, which is a departure from the policy framework of government. The traditional leader says, no, I hear what government says, but what are my personal benefits? I want shares in that company again. So the traditional leader will own the shares separate from the shares that are in the trust, which trust is under the traditional leader. So it's this 10% and the additional whatever percentage that side. That is where the challenge is, because once it exceeds 10%, then it means that you are liable to sign surety at the bank. Hence, government has decided that let us limit this to 10% because that 10% is absorbed by the investor. It's a 90-10 arrangement, but the moment it goes beyond 10%, it means whoever has got 11 or 20 or whatever, you must sign surety. So it's something that, as traditional leaders, you need to apply your mind to. And if traditional leaders have got the capacity to sign surety, there is no problem. We have traditional leaders that have come forward and said, I will sign surety. We have a development in Tobela Borambu, I'm sure they will know it. Silom, Mpepu Plus. We have done that development in partnership with Tobela Kosiramova. Yes. He has signed surety of 33%. We have no problem with that. But where you say, I don't have surety, but I want 30%, that's where the challenge is. When government says the limit is 10%, but there is this demand which is more than what the government has prescribed. And on the other side, the bank says, you must sign surety. That's where the challenge is. But where you say, I can sign, no problem. Now, the community benefit, insofar as the land is concerned, there are two options here. When we identify land for sale, and it is agreed that that land is going to be sold, we conduct evaluation. Evaluation will determine a value of that land. That valuation report goes to the Office of the Valuer General in the Department of Land Reform to be vetted. It's either they agree with the valuation, or they increase the value, or they decrease the value. But there must be a Valua General certificate of that. Once that is issued, then it means it's the money that must be paid into the account of the Community Development Trust. And these valuers that are appointed, they come from the database of the department, not our own. So they will give us 5 names and say, choose one from this who will do the valuation. Then we choose, they do the valuation, it goes to the department takes it to the Valuer General's office. Once it is signed off, then is the money that is going to be paid. That is the benefit. Similarly, with the rental, it goes the same. We do the valuation of the rental, it goes to the Valuer General signs it off, then it means every month or every year, that is the rental that is going to be paid over and above the 10% shareholding. So that is the process that is followed. Now, there is this concept of land forming equity. Hence, I raised the issue of the contestation between government and traditional leaders, because, and Hoshi Mabe explained it, government says, I'm the trustee of this land. Therefore, you must come to me for approval. Traditional leader says, this is my land. So I'm giving it to you as equity in the business. But the authority is with the minister. So that is where the challenge is. If traditional leaders can have title deed, because if you say I'm bringing land as surety, it means you must give me the title deed. Now, in the absence of the title deed, there is no surety. So this is an issue that needs to be ironed out with the government, so that some form of concessions are made, so that when we approach a traditional leader, the traditional leader must be able to say, okay, I've got this concession from government that I can release this land for development and it forms surety in the business. Then we will agree to that. The 9 years, 11 months does not work in commercial development. For reason that when you apply for funding, funding is structured between 10 and 15 years, depending on the size of the development. Now, if you structure the funding for between 10 and 11, 15 years, whereas the lease for that land is less than 10 years, there is no deal. You need something that will accommodate the structuring of the bond so that it aligns with the term of that lease. Hence, the proposal is that let us go for 99-year lease. 99-year lease, it's a solution. Hoshi Mahura, I've sent the presentation to the office. I believe that they will share it with the traditional leaders here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any question of clarity before we release Mr. Piri? It looks as if can you switch off there? It looks as if we are sorted from our side. Thank you very much for availing yourself. It is quite an opportunity and eye-opening. I think a broader discussion should be had, Hosin Tanwisi, on because it's a serious challenge, because I think you are also explaining it in terms of our culture that when you go to a traditional leader, there should be something. But at the same time, it must be balanced. It shouldn't be that you end up taking everything and there's nothing for the community to. So I think a broader discussion needs to be had because at the same time, I think government is also trying to criminalize our culture. To say when a development is coming to the community, it should only be about the community. Where now you must just facilitate and make sure everything is well and you get nothing out of it. But at the same time, there has to be balance in terms of what you get. It should be justifiable. So I think that conversation, the Khosi, they need to have the conversation by themselves. Instead of always trying to do it under the table. Ka gore anong ra ikutswetsa, o heleletsa o batla go utswa what is culturally rightful to yours. So I think in a different platform, we need to have that kind of conversation. You do it under the table, you are stealing. You try to do it on top of the table, it also is a problem. So we would need at some point to have a robust discussion around that, because also it speaks to the Room and Dutch law that it does not understand our culture, you see. And some of our communities have bought onto it that when I should not get anything. But what does that mean? Because it has never happened in our culture that, in fact, if somebody goes to the royal place, they don't go empty-handed. I mean, we saw during the week, EFF went to KZN to visit the king. I'm sure they had about 3-5 cows. I saw a trailer with cows. It's not bribe, it's our culture. That's how it happens. So we need to make sense of the 3 cows from a commercial perspective to say, what do they mean? How do we translate the 3 cows to some form of benefit? And that is open. We need also to protect the traditional leader. It needs to be an open transaction, if we call it a transaction. So that if you are able to acquire a Mercedes-Benz through the 3 cows, nobody in the community must accuse you of having a deal under the table. Everybody must know, and you can drive your Mercedes-Benz freely. So that conversation should be had and clarified. But whatever the 3 cows mean from a commercial perspective, it must be justifiable. It should not even go anywhere near opulence and that kind of thing in a sea of poverty. So the balance has to be there. So thank you very much, Mr. Pierre. We'll be waiting for Khosi Mabe and Nkosi Joyi to organize the trip to see some of the work that you are doing somewhere in 2024. So yes, you may be excused if you need to handle other matters. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if Statistics South Africa is here. If you are here, you can grab a seat, introduce yourselves, and members, the Statistics South Africa is here by virtue of the invitation of the chairperson. Remember, about 2 months ago, the Statistician General issued out a report about the status of the country to say, has the population increased, what is the unemployment rate, and all of those things. So I said it's important for the traditional leaders to get a perspective of what rural South Africa looks like from the side of Statistics South Africa. What are the migration patterns? Are people moving from the village to town, or are people moving back from the city to the village? What are the economic patterns of the rural areas? And all of those issues. Are more children in rural areas able to access basic education, tertiary education? So the expectation is that the presentation would be tailored around the rural perspective, not on general issues of of what the Statistician General presented when he presented the report to the President, I think in Union Building 2 months ago. So we just wanted to have that perspective, so that as we think about rural areas, we should sort of know what is happening in our areas generally. So I don't know if, say you are ready to start going. Yeah, just introduce yourselves.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Traditional Leaders and KHOI-SAN leaders. Apologies that we misunderstood what time we should be here, Chair, but we are very happy that we could make it. I am Ashwell Jenniker. I am the Deputy Director General responsible for coordination and the provincial offices. And I'm going to ask my colleague to introduce herself.
Good morning, Honorable House. Afternoon. My name is Yandi Swampe Cheni. I'm the DDG responsible for the National Statistics System of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can I start? Thanks. So at Stats SA, we release 275 reports. Just the first one. Stay on the first one, thanks. 275 reports every year. And so every day, almost every working day, we bring out a report. So it doesn't matter what you do, you should always ask, what does Stats SA got on this issue? What is the latest statistics? Is it going up or is it going down? So for today, Chairperson, I've selected a couple of things of importance to talk about. Firstly, as we know, poverty and inequality is our biggest issues. And the biggest contributors to that is unemployment and education. But for us to resolve unemployment, the economy must grow at 5%. So I'm going to start there. Let me start with the economy. The next slide. This slide. Thanks. So where are we now? We've released this yesterday, the GDP. So this is fresh from the press. And we are standing at 0.2% quarter on quarter. So it means that the economy is not growing. As the SG said, it's going sideways at the moment, but slightly down. So we're not growing. For us to create jobs in this country, we need to grow at 5%. Next slide. So let's just look at this over time. The last time we grew at 5% was just after the COVID, very low growth. But that is artificial growth. It's not real growth that we saw right after COVID. But as you can see, we are not growing close to 5%. And that is the reason why we're not making an impact on unemployment in the country. So now we're sitting at 0.2%. Next slide. But it's not all bad. I mean, that deep sink in the graph that you saw there was right after COVID. So what we find now is the economy level has at least recovered to where we were before COVID. So we are steadily growing and we are now at the same level. Not that we were at a great level before COVID, but at least we're back to that level. So there's hope of increase. Next one. And when we look at the economy of the country, we can see the bulk of the economy is sitting in Gauteng at 33%, 33.1%. Then we've got KwaZulu-Natal followed by the Western Cape, and then the other provinces follow with a much smaller share of the total economy of the country. Next slide. When we look at the growth rates that we've released last week, we see that Gauteng is growing at 2.8%, and then Northwest Mpumalanga is growing at 0.6%, and Limpopo is growing at 1%. So higher growth in the more urban provinces and lesser growth in the more rural provinces. Thank you. So what we see that the GDP per capita in Gauteng is 96,000, and that's GDP per person, 96,000 252. And when you look at the Eastern Cape, which is the lowest, it's 54,805. That's the GDP per capita in the country. Next slide. Okay, so let's get to poverty and inequality, because those are our biggest challenges. Next one. So just to say, the way we measure poverty is called a multidimensional poverty index, because poverty is not just about money, it's about multidimensional things. Let's have the next slide. And here we see what is it that poverty is about. So when we compile the multidimensional poverty index, we use all these indicators. But the most important ones, which is the biggest ones, is the one at the bottom, which is unemployment. So for you to make a difference in poverty, you need to improve unemployment. And then you see right there at the top, years of schooling or education. Those are the biggest two that contributes towards poverty. Next slide. And we can see over time, poverty has steadily come down. The last time we measured this was 2015. And then we were seeing on the multidimensional poverty index, we were sitting at 7%. But look at traditional areas. We were sitting at 14.1% for traditional areas, and then farms. We're currently in the field. We've just come out of the field now at the end of November with the new income and expenditure survey. So next year, we'll be releasing the new numbers. And it would be very interesting to see where this is moving now. Because since we've measured in 2015, we've had COVID, we've had food prices, which is the highest it's ever been, and we've been unemployment that's steadily going up. So it would be very interesting to see when we release this next year, where has poverty grown in the country and what is happening in traditional areas. Next slide. So the most poorest, the 10 most poorest municipalities is Inzikayetu with 28% headcount poverty in Inzikayetu. And then Masinga is the second one in KwaZulu-Natal, sitting at 25% of the people there on headcount being poor. And then you've got all the most poorest provinces, most poorest municipalities, and we've profiled these. So, Chairperson, if you need more information on this, in Stats SA, we've got a whole department that works at queries. So if there's anything you need, any information, they can come to you and they can help you with this information. Next slide. And here we see the annual income for traditional areas 2015. So 13,000 per year was the annual income in traditional areas, where in urban areas we were sitting at 59,000 per income per year per person. Next slide. So when we look at the types of accessories or household goods that we've got in the different areas, we can see, for example, television, 30% in urban areas, but when we look at rural areas, much lower. When we look at, for example, fridges in urban areas, it's more than 80%. In traditional areas, it's sitting at much lower than that, and in rural farms, we're sitting at 55%. Microwave oven, urban areas, for example, more than 90%. Traditional, rural traditional slightly behind, and then just below 70% on the rural farms. Next slide. So how do people survive? How do people make ends meet when poverty might be just going up? So mostly in traditional areas, we see 50% of the people survive on grants, remittances. So I'm from the Eastern Cape. So that's the money I send home. Yandi is also from the Eastern Cape. That's the money we send home to the Eastern Cape. And then pensions, 5.9%. So most of the people in traditional areas, it's either grants or money we send home from Gauteng, or pensions or other sources. That's money you borrow. But you see, only 30% of the people have got salaries. Labor, remember that unemployment is the biggest contributor to poverty. Let's look at where unemployment is standing. Some good news to start off with. 16.7 million people now employed. That is higher than where we were before COVID. That 14.1 is the COVID year or the COVID quarter. But before that, we're sitting at 16.4 million people employed. Now, we've steadily risen through the last 8 quarters, and we're now sitting at 16.7 million people employed. So there's a steady increase. Almost 400,000 jobs were created in the last quarter. So some good news. Let's go to the total number. Okay, so we see unemployed people in the country, 7.8 million people unemployed, and that is 31.9%. What's more worrying for us is that 3.2 million right next to the 7.8 million. Although they're not in red, but they are worrying because they are discouraged work seekers. So what does that mean? It means that they are not officially unemployed, but they are at the stage where they don't go out anymore. They don't go to the road to look for work. And the question is, have you looked on your phone? Have you looked in the newspaper? Have you done anything? And the 3.2 million people in South Africa say, we've done absolutely nothing. There's no jobs out there, so there's no need for us to go out to look. So that's more worrying for us, Chairperson, at the moment. Let's look at the, so when you take the 7.8 and the 3.2 million, then you've got what we call the expanded definition of unemployment. So for us to be unemployed officially, you need to look for work. If you stop looking for work, then you fall into the category that will contribute towards the expanded definition, and that's 41.2%. So that's our challenge. The 11.7 million people, that's our challenge in South Africa. Next slide. And we see that that means that from the, so we said 16, so we had 16.7 million people that was employed. Now from that, 3.16 million is in traditional areas. The bulk is in urban areas. And then 0.85 in farms. So when we look at the official unemployment rate, remember this was 31.9% overall, but in traditional areas, this is 41.8%. So in 41, so you can imagine if you add the ones who've stopped looking for work, you're probably turning around 50% in traditional areas. Next slide. So female unemployment is higher than the male counterparts in traditional areas, with females being 42.6%. and male being 41.2%. In the main, the black females is most disadvantaged through unemployment in the country. And where do people work? We see that in the traditional areas, most people work in trade or community and social services, with 31.1% of the people working in community and social services. Next slide. Okay, so we've released the census results about 2 months ago, with the president releasing it. And what we see is that in February, in 2nd of February 2022, that was last year, and we asked everyone, where were you on the night of the 2nd of February? We found there were 62 million people in South Africa at that stage. We missed a lot of people during the census, Chair. 31% of the people were missed, but we've adjusted the data to make sure that all those people are counted. So the data that you're getting is the people that we've counted in the census and the people that we've seen in the post-enumeration survey. That's a survey we do after the census, and we've adjusted so that the 62 million contains all of those people. So what do we find? Where are people saying? Urban areas, 63% of the people. Non-urban areas, 36.6% of the people. When we look at the provinces, we see that Gauteng is the biggest now at 15.1%, and then KwaZulu-Natal 12.4%, and Western Cape, we came from the 5th place in 1996, has now moved to the 3rd place in terms of provinces, with Northern Cape only 1.4 million people. Next slide. Demographics, next slide, thank you. So overall, black Africans in South Africa is 84.1%, that's 50.5 million people. Coloreds, 8.2%. Whites, interestingly, over time is reducing as a proportion, moving from 9% to 7.3% in 2011. And then you've got Indian Asians, which is now sitting at 2.7%. Now, people are asking us whether we are too many people in South Africa. No, we are not. 62 million people is not too many. In fact, what you find is we're a very youthful, young people. So the median age in South Africa, median is just another word for an average when you group the data, is 28 years. So it means we're very young people. And when you've got this young people, there's something called a demographic dividend. Now, a demographic dividend you get when you've got a lot of young people like Japan and Switzerland. They are old people. They don't have this demographic dividend. So in South Africa, we've got the potential for this demographic dividend. So when you've got these young people and they're employed and they're healthy and they're educated, then you can get this and your country can grow. But the opposite of a demographic dividend is called a demographic bomb. And that's what you saw in KwaZulu-Natal a year or so ago. So we need to make sure that our young people get employed. When we go to languages, we see that isiZulu is the most spoken in KwaZulu-Natal, and then some parts of Mpumalanga there. Then you've got isiXhosa, mostly in the Eastern Cape. Afrikaans is the third largest. Afrikaans mostly spoken in the Northern Cape, and then in the Western Cape there. Next slide. Migration. So we see that the provinces that gains the most from migration is Gauteng and the Western Cape. Almost 400 people moved into Gauteng in the 10 years between the two censuses. And then here in the Western Cape, you've got 294,000 people moving to the Western Cape. It's interesting now, we see that people from the Eastern Cape are moving here. Me and Yandi moved to Gauteng, but other people are moving here to the Western Cape. And we saw that people are now not just moving alone. In the past, only men used to come here to work, or single people came here. Now people are moving with their whole families to the Western Cape. And you can, there's many people, next slide, sorry, let me explain this on the next slide. So you can see where people are moving to in Gauteng, those 400,000 people, they're coming from mostly outside South Africa, but Limpopo, KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape are moving to Gauteng. But when you look at the Western Cape, you can see people from the Eastern Cape, but they're coming here with their whole families now. Very interesting dynamic, because these creates issues around schooling and that sort. And then Gauteng, just move back to the next one, the previous one. Then people from Gauteng, we see it's more the middle class white people or the older white people that's moving to the Western Cape. Some of them come to retire here. And then outside South Africa is also coming to the Western Cape. Next slide. Let's look at education. Next slide. So we see, this is the first time we're asking this one in the census. It's called early childhood development. And we see that overall, 6 out of 10 children are now aged between 0 to 4 years is in some form of early childhood development, either a creche or a preschool or with a gogo or a childminder or something. And this is good because those people then can move on and become better at schooling. We see there's a problem in the Northern Cape and then the Northwest where the bulk of the children are not in early childhood development centers. Next slide. This shows us that over time, when you came from 1996, the people 20 years and above, the ones with no schooling has dramatically reduced from 19.1 to 6.9%. So much less people now that's got no schooling. When you look at your fourth block there, you see that the people with matric has dramatically increased from 16.3 to 37.6%. So overall, our population is getting much more literate. The last one here, the post-school, you can see there's not such a dramatic improvement there. So it shows that our children, the adults in the country are getting matric and there's few of them with no schooling, but not so many with post-school qualification. And that's one thing where our problem lies. When we move to, and we look at the non-urban areas, we can see many more with no schooling compared to urban areas. Because in urban areas, you could see there's 4.3% with no schooling. In non-urban areas, 14.4% of the people with no schooling. And then some secondary is also much higher in the non-urban areas compared to the urban areas. Next slide. Housing and households. So we can see that households has increased almost doubled since 1996. We started at 9.1. We're now sitting at 17.8 million households. Next slide. And these households are mostly formal households. We see we started at 65.1%. we're now sitting at 88.5% of people living in formal households. Informal housing has almost halved over the time period. Next slide. So what we see in non-urban areas, slightly less formal housing at 86.3%. And then, as you would expect, many more traditional houses and also informal housing. Next slide. Service delivery. So overall in the country, many people, 94.7% of the people in the country have got electricity for lighting. Not lightning, lighting. So you can see lighting. So it's only Emadlangeni who's sitting at 72.1%, which shows you that there's a switch and there's wires. It doesn't mean the light is on, Chair. If Eskom stops load shedding, then everyone will have light in the country. But at the moment, the infrastructure is there. Thank you. Next slide. Thanks, Yandi. Okay, so even in non-urban areas, we can see that urban is 95, but even non-urban areas, so people have got access to electricity. It's not that the electricity is on, but it's there. So you could have that. Let's look at water. So over time, we can see the people with no access to pipe water has significantly decreased from 19.7 to 8.7%. So most people have got now piped water, either in the yard, in the dwelling, or at the community tap. Next slide. So when you look at the people with no access and you look at it by province, you can see the only provinces where we've got significant challenges now with water is the Eastern Cape and Limpopo, with 19 or 20% of the people with no access to pipe water. Next slide. And so 23, when you look at urban and non-urban, you can see that 23.8% of people have got no access to pipe water. So it's still a challenge there to get pipe water to people, especially during COVID when you expect people to wash their hands and there's no pipe water. Let's look at flush toilets. Now, when you've got water, you've got the potential for flush toilets. But you can see there's a bit of a disjuncture here. Because in Limpopo, you've only got 20% of the people with no water, but you can see there's many people that doesn't have flush toilets. In fact, only 35% of the people in Limpopo does have flush toilet. Most of the people are still using the pit latrine and the ventilated pit latrine. So the two must follow each other. Once there's water, you must get toilets. So that's planning that we need to synchronize around the country. And then when you move to your non-urban setup, you can see in urban areas, almost 90% of the people have got flush toilets. But in the rural or non-urban areas, it's only 29.7%. So this is still a major challenge for us. This is my last slide, Chair. Let's look at agriculture, because this is one of the means how people can provide food for themselves. So we see, let's look at your left-hand side first. So households involved in agricultural activities, Limpopo, 28.7%, then the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal. And most of the people are producing for own consumption, within Limpopo, 83.9%, and in the Eastern Cape, 78.3%. Interesting, in the Western Cape, very low percentage of people involved, but many of them, 21.9%, are producing for sale. So those are your commercial farmers. Next slide. Chair, I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. Members, this is a switch off there. This is a closer reflection to the status of our areas and our people in terms of everything from education to the pit latrines to agriculture and everything. So for the purposes of planning and also engaging government, when you have this, it means as and when you engage government, whether from your own village or from a local house or a provincial house, or here in the national house, we are able to spell out the specific numbers to say this is the situation and how are you improving it. So yeah, I thought it was important that we have this engagement, but if there are questions or comments, I'll see by show of hands if there are any. Nkosi Mabe, Nkosi Joy.
No, thanks, Chair. I think mine is just a small question. Is it possible that I can zoom into a particular municipality and end up zooming in a particular area? Let's say my ward. Thanks, Chair.
Ke a leboga, Nkosi Joy.
Thank you, Chair. Chair Kosumabe has covered me on that because I wished to check on the specifics within my area. But also, Chair, you know, with what the honorable guest has stated to us on the demographic bomb, if I'm correct, that occurred in KZN. We have also in our areas demographic bombs, but they happen in miniature form, not in the same way that it happened there in KZN. But Chairperson, this paints a very gloomy picture for us in traditional land or in rural areas where we lead, because as it's specified there that we have the most grant dependent within our areas. So you then understand from that we definitely need the people that came here previously to come and present the group, so that our people can be employed. You know, the previous regime is truly evident in terms of the segregation that was there. Our rural areas are the most uninvested in. For 30 years, it's just only those smallanyana infrastructure development programs that will be there. But it's not something that will take them out of poverty. So I just wanted to comment on that, Chair Guti. We appreciate the presentation.
I don't see any other hand, and also in addition to that, Nkosi Joy, because you realize that 50% of the income in the village is coming from grants. I think something that we are also not taking seriously, which I think could be important to community development, is how does that 2,000 rand get circulated, or the 550? It's there as maybe they respond to the question as to whether you are able to zoom into a particular community. I remember when we were in your traditional ceremony, the Deputy Minister spoke about something very important, that this is how much Department of Social Development is spending in this area. I think I said it previously that you might find that every month there's 2 million in your village, but it gets in, it goes out. The point is to make sure that it circulates. Sometimes we want money to come from somewhere, but it's there. We just do not have the means to make sure that it circulates. The money comes in and then it's spent there. I think that is where the development part comes in. So sometimes you don't need more money coming from the bank or from the developer. The very same money, if you are able to produce the products that were going to be bought for 2,000 in town and make sure that you bring them closer, then you are creating that economic activity in your area. So hence I said, for the purpose of planning, these statistics are very important, but also to try and think differently, because you might find that just around and it's not only about your one village. you might find that within the 10 villages that you are in, if we are able to take the statistics from social development to say in these 10 villages, this is how much we are spending. All you have to do as a business person is to provide the goods. Even if you are not able to provide all of the goods, but if the 10 villages monthly from social development are carrying 50 million, you just need 5 million of that money and you are good to go. So we must think along those lines. We must not think about something new. We must just get data, process it, and make money out of the data. Nkosi Mkhatshwa.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted to add on what you've just said. The knowledge yalenza by statistics is very much important. Kids as Makosi, ngibeke nje kuleli point le kokuthi stats uma ngabe sikhipha information yebantu be province, that also determines the budget ye province yenu. Lekungiyona yona kufuneke ibuye itorana the houses of the provinces. So encouraging our people to vote or babe khona uma babalwa for inamba ye stats yenzawo yakho is very much important. Ngiloko lengifuna kukuveta ukuthi let us not take this light. Ngiko lokwenda ukuthi enzaweni yakho I-budget ye province yenu ibe inkulu ngekubonakala ima numbers la ku stats la ka providwa ngu statistics. I think they should also emphasize that point, educate us more around that point. Thank you.
Thanks, Nkosi Mkhatshwa. You can respond, sir.
Good afternoon again. I'll take the question on whether we can zoom into municipalities. We are able to do so. There's a tool that we call the Supercross. It was launched last week on Friday, so you can go online and get to this tool. However, at this stage, we cannot go down beyond the local municipal level because we still have to finalize the release of other indicators like mortality and fertility and income. Only then can you go to lower than municipal level. And that is going to happen only at the end of March. Thank you. Ash.
Thanks. And we also need to say that if you require that data, we can come, you can request it. You could say, can you do the following tables for me? Income by race by water, or race by water, or sex, gender by water. You can request that. But we can also come and install the Supercross for you and help you by training you so that you can use it yourself. Or you could say, make sure that we at least train the researchers that will help us to understand the data so that we can develop profiles on our area. Now for municipalities, but when the lower level data becomes available in March, then we can also help you with that. We'll have to do more training on our side because in terms of making people understand how important the census is, because it does become important for the equity distribution, as the Honourable Member has said. And municipalities, districts and provinces are dependent on the share of their allocation for that one. Yes, Chair. Okay, thank you.
No, thank you. Are there any further questions of clarity, or we can release them? I don't. Oh, Nkosi Joy.
Nkosi Chair. Chair, I just wish to ask. Let us say I start developing my community, or all of us as traditional leaders start developing our communities. Will it definitely will have an effect to the already urbanized areas, because now there won't be a flock of people going in there. They will rather even come back to the areas. But what effect will it have to the entire country? Would it be positive? Will it be negative? I understand that there will be a contribution that will be even, but I'm sure there's a technicality somewhere, somehow. There would be an effect. Just wish to check on that.
Okay, response.
Well, we think the impact would be positive, because what we have seen is that as Ash and I come from the Eastern Cape, we'll only go back home when we are old. Then it means we have not contributed to the Eastern Cape. We are there to get buried. Now we need hospitals, we need old age homes, and so on. But and we've also noticed that those people from the Eastern Cape who come to the Western Cape, they leave their houses, their RDP houses, unattended. Then they come and stay here. In December, they go back home. So if they were to have all of this back at home, get employment at home, get developed at home, they would not be flocking to other provinces. Thank you.
Are you sorted? Any hand, we can release them. No, thank you very much for coming through. Your presentation was certainly informative, and I believe for the purposes of planning, we are going to be constantly engaging you for further specifics and zooming into district and local municipalities. I think we are going to forward this to the local houses so that as part of the district development model, as they plan, they are able to have statistics that speaks directly to their locality as development is localized and customized. So thank you very much. You are excused. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, just make sure that the presentations are ready for KHOI-SAN Mahura, ne? Yeah, so that we don't get the request again. Yeah, members, I think we have come to, if I'm not mistaken, we have come to the end of our ordinary sitting. I don't know if there's, but in terms of the order paper, we have nothing else on the order paper. I do believe that lunch is ready. Yes, thank you very much for oh, okay.
Sorry, Chairperson, I see on the pack there's a document on the reflection of Tsivito. Are we not maybe reflecting on Tsivito or with it? Maybe I missed that. I'm not sure. Even
Is there somebody who wants to respond to that? Oh, no, Khosi, we did make the reflection yesterday. Yes, we did make the reflection yesterday, but it's work in progress. It's not as if we are done. Especially because we are waiting for the response from the Deputy President. Remember, we wrote a letter to say we are not happy about what happened in Bloemfontein. The technical work was done, but the political players who are supposed to convene, they were not there, but also traditional leaders were not invited into the work streams, because for the political work, we have deployed you there, but you have not even been called once. So it's work in progress. I do believe that as and when we meet January, end of January, we will continue with the work on that. Nkosijo, you also, are you sorted? Thank you. Let me give the veteran first.
Chairperson, I think in one of your meetings with the Deputy President, please try and address the attitude of his security personnel towards senior traditional leaders. When we were in Venda the last time, even Kosi MRC, who was hosting the whole thing, was turned back from his place that no. Ufunanile. I think they should have someone who knows us when they have these functions, just to avoid all this embarrassment that we are faced with. Kenny had to walk for some few kilos to come and help me get into the yard, and I was ready to go home because I do have a home. So I think those are some of the things that you need to address with him about the attitude of his security personnel. Go.
No, thank you, Hosi. I think we will definitely take it up because I think something we didn't discuss yesterday during the Chivito is what happened to the Regent King of Balobedu. The very same thing happened where one official from Free State said, no, I don't know this person. And they actually kicked the king out without having to verify anything. And he's heavily traumatized by that event. So I think we will definitely take it up with the office of the Deputy President. Nkosi Joy.
Thank you,
Where is the closing ceremony?
Yes, I wish to ask on that, Chairperson, if you don't have an announcement, if maybe there was going to be any extramural activity occurring after today's sessions, Chair. And also, Chair, I wish to also advise that on the issues that Amakosi sometimes face, I think eventually we will have to have a documented booklet of protocol somehow, somewhere, in terms of our security and how we engage and all of that. I think we're going to eventually need that. So, Chair, you can proceed with the extramural activities question.
Yeah, no, of course, it's true. It's been a long outstanding issue of the protocol. I remember at some point, Mr. Stoll and Mr. Mashishi spoke about it, that they are engaging, I think, Department of International Relations on those issues, because whenever there's an event of government, especially where the presidency is involved, it is always a nightmare. And when we don't attend again, it's a problem. I remember when the deputy was in Free State, there was also an incident. When we attended the Imbizo in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda was there, there was also an incident with me. There's always incidents when it comes to traditional leaders and now it's worse, like Hosin Sanusi is saying. You'll be hosting the event, but there's a strong possibility that you might be kicked out in your own home. Because there's no protocol and they don't know you. So the matter really needs to be given serious attention, because sometimes when you see such an invite as the chairperson, you have no interest on going there, because you know that it's going to be a nightmare. You have to answer a lot of questions. So you might as well go to a traditional leaders event, because you will not be asked a lot of questions. It's your people, they know you. But again, if you do not attend the events of the deputy president or the president, it's as if you are anti. So I think traditional leaders want to attend those events. However, the treatment we always receive there leaves a lot to be desired. So it's something we will take it up. DC, yeah, you want to say something?
I move for the adjournment of the House, Chair.
Without announcements. No, thank you very much, DC. I think we will see what we can do during lunch. We will have brief discussions with the Wipari of the House. Thank you very much, members. It has been a long year. I think for all of us, we have been on a learning curve on how to steer the ship. We hope we are not too disappointing. We know that we are not perfect in any way, but we try our best to to represent you to the best of our abilities. Thank you for your support and the patience, and we hope that we can again collectively be able to improve on everything that we did this year. And of course, thank you to the Secretary of the House, our engine. Thank you very much, Mr. Stolle. We do not have enough words to thank you together with your team. Without you, we wouldn't be where we are. So thank you very much for the work that you do. The house is adjourned and you can pray for lunch, CEO.
Bengizokuba amakhosi ukuthi akasikime sikhulume noZimu ngoba kumhlangano wethu wokugcina lo. Baba wethu sezulwini siyakuthokoza namhlanje ukuthi baba wethu khonile ukuthi uvikele abadosi phambili owabakhomba ko wena bakhomba ngomunwe ukuthi bazakudosa phambili abantu bakho. Zimu, we thank you very much, Lord, for the wisdom that you gave them, Lord, and the work they have done, Lord, up to now. Father, they've been leading with a very great enthusiasm that is coming from you, Lord. Father, we know it is the grace that you have given them. Father, we pray that even the food that we're going to eat now, Lord, let it nourish our bodies, oh Father. And Lord, we know that it is not as raw as it was like yesterday. Father, we thank you, Lord, that even this heat that we feel, Lord, it will go away and we'll be able to plant and reap, oh Lord, from the land that you gave us. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Lord. Amen.